Hello. Hey, okie dokie. So we're gonna go live with a pretty chill stream today. I'm doing pretty well. It's uh it's been a slow day, but excited to get into things. Like this is gonna be a learning stream, I hope. How are you doing? Been busy? I mean, that could be good, I guess. Hope you have time to relax and not be stressed out the entire day, at least. So, yesterday we went through all the Doctor of Credit articles, and we did a lot of things that were pretty manual. So, it took a lot of work just to screenshot every article, go through, find the good ones, and read it. And so, the ultimate goal is to pick out the needles in the haystack of Doctor of Credit articles. Like the one we saw at the end of yesterday, there was one called it's one for American Express Airlines. Let's see if we could find it. American Airlines. It was this one. So the ultimate goal is we want to be notified when stuff like this happens. On the spot, not in not a week later. And so to do that, we need an alert system set up, and we need to have some way of automatically reading this page. And there's ways to do this. There's so many programming languages you could use. A lot of common ones include JavaScript and Python. But I wanted to learn Go. Go's a programming language that Google made, and before you get all upset about Google making this, I know I'm not one to trust Google, but it's an open source language, so you can actually see what's going on behind the scenes of the language. It's not. You can tell that nothing nefarious is going on because you can see the project on GitHub and see everything that it does and verify yourself that no funny business is happening. And I have a little bit of experience with other languages like Python and JavaScript, but what attracted me about Go is that one of the things is one of the things that they list here, which is it has like built-in concurrency. So if we're scraping or parsing a lot of articles at the same time, it will perform well for that. Another thing is that it's known to have a very, very fast compiler. So when you're done writing your program and you want to compile it and run it, when you want to get set up to run it, you'll you won't have to wait very long. It's very efficient at turning the programming language into low-level instructions for the computer to actually perform. And then finally, um, I got to give credit to the prime time for this. Let's go to Primeagen. He's a pretty good source on like software engineering culture videos, I guess. Some news, some industry connections, some dev relations, and he has built a community around uh, a lot of things. But one of the things is um, working with Vim programs, Go programs, Rust programs, and seeing how they all work. And along the year or so, at least that he's done it, like Go programs have been known for being uh, very easy to maintain because you write Go in one very single opinionated way. So if you're writing Go, a Go program, and someone else is writing a Go program, and you want to accomplish a goal, the same goal, it's very, very likely that your Go program, it turns out, will look the same as another person's Go program. And that's not true with other languages like Rust. Definitely not true with JavaScript or Python, for sure. Um, so in some cases, opinionation of a language is very good because it means everyone's on the same page. Everyone knows exactly what to look for. So there's a few goals that I just want to get going with. I've never used Go before, so we'll have to start from scratch. So hopefully we'll all see firsthand how easy it is to get going with this. Let's see. So Windows download. First thing I'd say is if you have a choice, go with Linux. Um, I'm on a Windows computer right now, but um, just because of streaming necessity. But Linux is uh, not that hard to set up and very user intuitive. Just try and give it a shot because I think if you can end up getting used to it, there's a much higher performance bar that you can achieve. You can a much higher skill ceiling um, with Windows. Uh, and there's also a much more vibrant open source community and programmer community with Unix-based systems like Linux and Apple. But turns out streaming is really good on Windows, so that's what I'll be going with. How's the stream going? While we get this set up, the reason I ask is because we're streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So just testing this out. Let me get my full desktop here so we could actually go through the installation process. So downloads and let's unpack Go. Okay, it's licensed by the Go authors. You can actually probably see the license on here as well. Yep, same license. It's really nice. It's a such simple, short license. I think it's okay. I mean, and unless you think the tags are misleading, there's some coding and tags in there as well. Maybe add, we could add Go. So yeah, I guess that's a good idea to update the tags specifically for Go. All right. So we should have Go installed now. And the next thing we have to check is that we have our environment variables set up. So there we go. Okay, looks like Go installed a path for us to have all of our Go programs, and we also should check the system path. Make sure, yeah, okay, Go also installed a place where all the language files will live. So if we download extensions for Go, like we will be, like Kali for web development, then this is the place in the system where it will actually install those files. And then this is the place where you should be running your Go programs. All right, so let's see how quickly we can get set up with it, with a Go program. I'm gonna open it in text editor. I like using Visual Studio Code, and then let's get specifically on that text editor overlay. And apparently, let's just see if we can make a new folder called Go and just open that folder. All right, so VS Code's asking if you want to install the extensions. Cool. Let's see what the Golang documentation has us start out with. Actually, let's look at Kali. Kali should have some usage docs examples. Let's try and install. Okay. Is it just as simple as running this command? Let's see. Perfect. Okay, so if we have Go, let's do Go version. Cool. It looks like we have Go completely installed. Thumbnail is orange. Is the stream showing up, or let's see. Let's make sure the stream's actually. As long as that's okay, I think we're good. Thanks for letting me know we could change the thumbnail at the end. All right. So to install our web scraper, Kali wants us to run this command. Go get github.com/Kali. Apparently it wants us to do install instead. Well, let's see if this works instead. It wants us to make a go.mod file. I guess this is where all the I guess this is where all the dependencies for our program will live. Let's get rid of latest, I think. Let's see what they do in their go.mod. There. Okay. So I think this could be whatever I want it to be. So I'm actually going to do module the Dan K today. Just actually see. And then let's see what the current version of Kali is. V2. Okay. 2.1.0. All right. So this, when we get stuck like this is a chance to see if AI will shine. I want to use an open source AI large language model like Mistral to see if it can help us out here. And having a little bit of fun with it because it's French. Um, okay, so it's giving us a different command than the Kali team give us, but this command makes way more sense because Kali is actually at v2, and that's the actual name of the module. So I guess that was just a misunderstanding on my part. And what's our current Go version? Let's see. Go version. Let's just type it again. All right. Now let's try getting Kali. Beautiful. Look. That's what it should look like when downloads happen, I guess. Now we know. Whoa. All right. So it added a bunch of stuff to our Go modules. Let's see what Mistral would have us do. So this is sort of a boilerplate. We should specify a package. It looks like, I think this is just Go boilerplate. Every file should be part of a package. And then we want to import two things. One of the things is FMT. It's just from what I've read, it's just a way to print strings. The next thing is Kali. It's the thing that we just downloaded, our HTTP web parsing framework. So nice. I think we're in a good position to use it. And let's also download the boilerplate. Let's see, how does this compare to the boilerplate on Kali team? So we want to do on request or on HTML to print some stuff or visit some web collector. Let's go with what Kali wants us to do. So it also has the package main, and it has these import statements, and then we start a function where we use the web scraper. Let's try it out. Okay, but in this case, we want to scrape doctorofcredit.com. So easily we can just change that here. It looks like this is setting a whitelist so that we only look at Doctor of Credit articles and we don't look at ads that it will show up like on the sidebar of the page. Or we don't actually go to the bank account websites. On every element which has an href attribute, call callback. Okay, so what I think this is doing, this is visiting a page like Doctor of Credit. Actually, the command to visit that page is down here. And then it's looking for every link on the page. So instead, let's look for every article on the page. So if we go back to the Doctor of Credit main page, let's inspect the page and see what actual HTML is present. So it looks like we want to inspect the page for every article. And then we want to get, let's see, can we get the attributes of the article? E dot so each article has, let's actually copy this HTML. Okay, zoom out a little bit. Let me know if you could still see this this text, or if you're having trouble. But we're getting the article, it looks like, here in Go. We're getting an article, and we want to first of all get the meta image, and we also want to get the title. I think we want to get the title text, like this part right here. It looks like the title and the title text are the same thing, but let's see. So let's see what options we have. First of all, let's make a structure in Go. I think let's look at the documentation for how to make a structure. Because I think every article has the same format. We want to get a few things about an article. We want to get an article name, article link, article image link. At least these two things. At least these three things. And also we want to get the article date, I guess. I guess it also has a couple more categories of information. We can just because we can get the author and we can get the category. And let's see, the name will be a string. The article link will be a string. The image link will also be a string. The date, let's have that be a string for now. These might all be strings. So string is just text content. And then maybe, if possible, we can get the number of comments. Okay. So now that we have all these properties, let's make a Go structure for this. Let's actually ask Mistral how to do this. This might be a good way to learn the language. Very easy. Okay. So this is, I guess, the syntax. This is the grammar, the way in the Go language that you organize an object organize something called an article. So for every article, we know we're going to encounter these few things. And I think we could just take the struct and put it right at the top of our program. Go seems to like that. Okay. And then we can store all our articles. It doesn't like that. Oh, we just haven't used it yet. Okay. So Doctor of Credit has a list of articles. We're going to start out having an empty list in our program, and then we're going to fill it up. We can get rid of the Kali example code now. Okay. I wonder if there's a way to... Is it just this? So this is a string right now. But we want to compile. We want to convert some text that we get, like 7 comments. Like you'll see here. We want to convert 7 comments to just the number 7. We also want to make sure we're finding the articles, so let's just put a line here, found. Okay, so let's see how we can convert a string to this is not our biggest problem yet. Our biggest problem is that we actually need to replace these selectors like child text. We need to find, we have the element that we're on right now, article. We need to find what actually the structure of the HTML is. So for example, for the title, we want to get article dot, we want to go down into the div. We want to go down into the A. Overall, like HTML is a hierarchical language. It means that an article is like the overall containing element, and then within the article there's something called a meta image. And that's like the next level down is the meta image. The next level down is the a href, which in this case represents a link. And then the next level down is an img element. And then we go back up at the end here. We end the image, we end the a, we end the div, and then we're right back at the top. We're back at the article, and then we go down another level and get to the header. So in this case, the header, we have an article, then we have a header, and then we have an H2, and then in the H2 we have an A, and the A is the actual thing we want to get. We want to get this A, which is the title of the article. So let's see how we can drill down from article to header to H2 to A. So let's see if this works. Dot title, if we want to get the title, so we do the child attribute. Then we finally have an A, and we want to get we actually want to get the child text in this case. So let's just try just with the name at this point. All right. How do we even run a Go program? Let's see. Let's just try go run dot. All right, easy. We're visiting drofcredit.com. And we want to print found article. So this was printed visiting drofcredit.com, but we never actually found any articles. So let's see what's going on. Okay. Maybe this needs to be after the visit. Let's try that. No? Okay. see what's wrong. Let's see what Mistral would have done. Okay, let's see if this example program works. All right, so it's visiting, in this case, this example case is visiting ycombinator.com, and let's visit it as well. Let's see what it shows. And it's printing out all of these headlines, it looks like. So go down here, open policy agent, openpolicyagent.org. Looks like that works completely well. I wonder why ours is not working the same way. So they're looking, every article has a title line and an A inside of it. Okay, so it looks like this scraper is looking for the class name title line. I wonder if we could do something similar with Doctor of Credit. Yeah, let's try .vce post. So let's undo these changes. And run our version. Let's try this one instead. VCE loop wrap article. Let's make sure everything's the same between these two. I wonder what's wrong. So our function name is correct. We're just not finding any articles. Oh, okay, interesting. Thank you. Thanks for good thing we have the error handler here. Otherwise we wouldn't have ever realized we're not even getting to the website. So let's see if we can add doctorofcredit.com to the allowed domains. Strange that I thought it was in allowed domains. That's maybe it has to be the whole link. What does forbidden domain mean? Let's see if Doctor of Credit has a robots.txt policy. All right, so it looks like maybe we have to delay our our requests 600 milliseconds every time. That shouldn't be an issue. We're only making one request. We're only visiting the Doctor of Credit webpage once, so we shouldn't be running into this issue yet. Later on, when we're scraping through all the pages, this might be this is definitely something that we should be respecting. But for now, we're allowed to do what we can here. So let's try and take Mistral's advice and set a user agent. And let's set our robots.txt to 600 milliseconds, adding the import for time so we can figure out, like, I guess Go requires us to have like a millisecond time library. I hope this works, because we can't do anything interesting if we don't have a if we don't have a if we're not even allowed to scrape. Let's see. Okay, beautiful. Yes, okay, so it was something wrong with how we set up our collector. Looks like, let's make sure we set up allowed domains correctly, because we don't want to visit anything other than doctorofcredit.com, but something with how we listed this was wrong. So let's maybe try and get rid of the HTTPS. No, still forbidden domain. Let's put star.doctorofcredit.com. And this star is a wildcard. It means it should go everywhere on doctorofcredit.com. Let's see how Kali made use of their allowed domains. So they have multiple allowed domains, it looks like. Doctorofcredit.com and www.doctorofcredit.com. Let's try that out. Nice. Okay. Turns out the issue was, it looks like the issue was we initially wanted to visit doctorofcredit.com and it was redirecting us to www.doctorofcredit.com, and we needed to have both in our list of allowed domains. Who knew? Anyways, now that we're able to get these articles, and actually our name parsing is working, we can continue with parsing the rest of the attributes of the article. This should be the easy fun part, because now we get to get the links as well. We get to get the images, and we can have a whole field day with the information we can collect about every article. This should be very fun. We just passed the hurdle, and this is why I love coding, because we passed the hurdle and we're unlocking the next step now. So we have the name already. At the end, um, let's print our list of articles. But first, let's ask Mistral something because we want to be able to convert a string to an int in. Okay, let's see what this is doing. So string convert takes a string and converts it A, which I guess A is a list of characters in a string, a list of like letters, to I, where I is an integer, which is the number of comments that we want. Okay, thank you AI for teaching us Go. So before this, I didn't know any of the functions in Go, but now we're learning stuff like trim space and replace and A to I, which is, I mean, all of these are just ways to manipulate text and numbers. But now we're picking up a good sense of the language just by having a sample project and using it, and using AI to help us learn the language. So I think if I were learning a new language, I am learning a new language. I'm not going to shy away with asking AI questions because I'm learning things at a pretty high velocity here. I hope you guys are. If you're learning along with me and you have any questions, feel free to chat them out. Um, but the explanations and the example code given here for learning purposes seem to be very um seem to be very helpful. Like I can understand exactly what's going on right now. Let me know if you want any of this explained though, because it's not a good idea to let AI run the show. They should you should have a general idea of what your program's doing. Otherwise, you're not learning anything really. You're just memorizing stuff. Anyways, let's get the comment count of an article. Looks like strings is another library from Go. I think it is. It implements simple functions to manipulate UTF-8 encoded strings. Perfect. We also want the string convert library. It's a package. Sorry, I guess all of these are packages. It's nice that it automatically inputs them in alphabetical order as well. This is one of the things that makes Go good. I mean, at a very higher level, Go programs should be looking exactly the same, and I guess they really enforce that even at the package level. So let's take this step by step. We get a comment. Let's actually see where the comment is in the article. Okay, so it looks like we go from article to header to we have one div that looks like this. Okay, so we go from article to header to div to div to A. Okay, each article is a little bigger than I thought it would be. So the header is an entry header. Then we want the entry meta, and then we want the meta item. Oh, or we could just do comments. Let's try it out. So entry header, entry meta, comments, A. And then we actually just want the text. We don't want the data count. This should be good enough. Okay, so it looks like to make a new variable, you just need to have this colon to return something into the new variable. I don't like mutating a variable. I like creating a new variable. So this is just my personal preference that we start out with a string that just says, let's say 7 comments. Then we have something else that says just let the number 7. And then let's see if there's a print error function. For now, let's just print the error if it exists. And actually, let's make a new function just for the comment collection. Does Go have return statements? Let's see. Return. Okay. Let's do all this stuff inside of the style of the function. Let's see. Let's get started with the Go tutorial. Because when we do something where we can't even call a function, then maybe we should learn something from the library. Okay, we already defined a function. Turns out we defined it correctly. So I wonder why this isn't working. It might be because we're getting we're doing something wrong with the return statement here. I think it's something wrong with the definition of the comment. Hey Solidem, we're really just learning Go to try and build a web scraper for all these Doctor of Credit articles here. And we got a good thing going. We just need to we need to get like this string 177 comments just to return the number 177. So we're using Mistral AI to help. How are you doing? Okay, so literally all that needs to happen is that did that fixed everything? Great. So it turns out all you need to do to return an integer is just say int in the definition of a function. Now we should have comment counts. Let's see if we can add that to our print statement. Whoa. So perfect. Okay. I don't know what happened at the bottom here, but we have all these articles and we have a certain number of comments with all these articles. Perfect. So let's get the rest of these attributes for these articles and then we can begin doing analysis on them. The link to every article. Let's see. Articles have this format, so the link to the article should just be the attribute of the entry title A for F. Okay. Then the image link in particular should be it should be this element, this image. Let's see, if we just visit this page, it will give us that image. We could download that. So what is it? It's meta image a img source. The date is very similar to the comments. It should be entry meta in this case dot date. Okay. Let's verify that that's true. No, it's not an A, it's a span. It's a span. Dot updated. The author should be the author should be very similar to comments. It's an author, it's meta item, author, FN, A. Let's do .author.author. Because it looks like it has a .author class here, and then a .author class here again, underneath the .author class, and then it has a .fn class. I wonder why they set that up. That's just too many divs. We can probably get the author link as well with no additional cost. But actually, we don't really need the author page. And then finally, we want the category. Let's see if we could just print the article line by line every time. Okay, I think we have all the information we need. We have a article's title. We have the article link, the image link, the date, the author, William Charles. In a lot of cases, it's William Charles. We have the category and the number of comments. That's a nice that's a nice set of information about every article. I'm happy with how this turned out. So let's do some date parsing with Go. I actually want to let's ask Mistral how to do this. So yesterday on stream, we went through all the Doctor of Credit articles for the past week. Today, we're doing a Go scraper for all those articles. And one of the things we're scraping is the date. So in this case, I want to see whether the date is within the last 7 days of today. In this case, we're getting all the articles for the past week. So let's see if we can figure that out. Okay. Okay. Let's get some music going. So, I want to credit Approaching Nirvana. They made an album called Not Even Once, and it should be some pretty casual light dubstep. It just throws me back to like a decade ago. This is made more than 10 years ago. It's crazy to think about that, but this is the music I like to listen to when first learning about coding, so I'm gonna hope it shows you out too. Alright, I'm already feeling a little bit more hyped. Do we have to edit the on HTML callback? Let's see. It won't let us return true or false or anything. Let's make sure we're in the on HTML function. So to me, this makes sense. On HTML is a function that has a callback function that doesn't return anything. So I don't think that will work. I think maybe we hit our limits with the with what the AI is trying to offer us. Let's see if there's a function called like collie.stopparser or something. Well, first of all, let's parse the date. Let's make sure the date is an actual date object. Okay. Let's see if we could also use YouTube as a source for ghost scraping. Okay. So I have the same thing here. Okay, is there a way to manually stop the scraper? Kali. It looks like other people using Kali encode with JSON, so let's at least get that out of the way. Okay, and also let's output to a file. What permissions do you give the write file command?
Data, which is content, and we need to give it a file permission, and in Unix we'll just do 06.
Okay, 06, which means read and write but don't execute. And then the other one is just write and execute for the Okay, we also have to convert the content to JSON content. Oh, okay. So JSON conversion. I don't really like the habit of what I've seen in Godot so far, where if the everyone just names all their errors ERR. You gotta have descriptive variable names. What's the difference between this ERR and this ERR and let's say this ERR and this ERR? There's gonna be so many errors in this program. Everyone, just give it a shot. Like, if you write a huge program, it's gonna get way too intense way too quickly unless you actually know which error is which. Let's also add a new section. So what John Rooney seems to be doing is when you see a next button, go to that next page. I want to try that out too. But let's see what the next button looks like in Doctor of Credit. So it's .vc pagination.next. So this should get the next button and visit the href with that button. Effectively just continuing to the next page. Before we run this, I want to make sure we have a stop mechanism. Otherwise, this will just go on and on and on for 3,260 iterations, which is way too much. I think we'd get banned from the Doctor of Credit website. So how do we stop a collie scraper? Let's see. Let's ask Mistral. Okay, so Mistral gave us this code before. But we're not allowed to return within the c.onHTML callback. Or are we? Let's just try return true at the end of c.html. No, it's gonna say we have too many return values. Adding a bool there doesn't help. Adding a bool here, I don't think helps either. Adding a bool reference? Nope. Oh, perfect. Okay, if it's within the last week, we do c.stop. C.stop is exactly what we want, I think. C.stop. Is that a real function? No, it's hallucinating. So the AI is making something up. Let's see what C dot actually does have. So it has visit, it has wait. Hey, Rhodus Maximus. Hey. We're making a web scraper right now with Go. We're learning the language of Go and trying to scrape all these articles. How are you doing? We could try running right now, but I think it's going to go on forever. No, okay. We have an error somewhere. Here, we just fix up this line and try running it. Okay, cool. Great. So we run it, we find all these articles, and they're printed out into this JSON file, which we can make prettier. Let's see if we can install the prettier formatter so we can actually see what this JSON file has. Then when we save this,
I know you're a monster.
let's see. Will this work? Format on save. There we go. And we have all these articles. That's cool. You're working with Go too a little bit. What did you try to build? I mean, we're not doing anything too complicated, I think. But this is the very first thing we're trying to build. And it turns out using the library like Kali for web scraping is doing a lot of the work for us. We're just we're looking for all these HTML attributes on this page, and it just seems to plug and play pretty well. I think the trick is we downloaded a single article and really got a good this is a really good website for scraping because whoever coded this website has very, very organized articles on the page. What did you try to build though? Nice. Okay, so you have some database interaction in there. I think that's where I want to go next with this. But before I do that, I just want to get some. I want to navigate on this website, like go a little bit to the next pages and do some analysis. How was working with SQLite? It sounds really fun, but does Go have like a good integration with it? Like theoretically, I still don't know how you discover what packages exist in Go, but what I'm slowly discovering is that packages, like there's plenty of packages. You just need to know what they are and where to find them. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were like SQLite packages that structure objects in the way that they are structured in SQL in the database. So we want to visit this next attribute. Let's actually see what next page we're visiting. That makes a lot of sense. That's been my experience as well. Wow. Who knew Go had such a good integration with everything? I guess because Google maintains it, they have plenty of resources to do whatever. To maintain interactions with like any tool you can imagine. Is this your first backend language? Because I'm coming from like a world of JavaScript and Python and stuff, and so I'm pleasantly surprised. I have some backend phobia, and I'm pleasantly surprised with how beginner friendly this is. And yeah, you could say that again. My SQL knowledge is rusty as well. Glad to hear there's good integration. I think that's promising. Okay, maybe we can get a database set up for this. I was a little bit scared about that, but maybe it won't be so bad. Fingers crossed. Okay, so we're staying on the first page. For some reason, we're not detecting very many articles. Let's see, we found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 articles. How many are on this page? So we're getting all the articles of one page. We're just not seeing the next button. Oh, because VCE pagination is an ID. So I wonder if we just change this from a dot to a hashtag? I think IDs are hashtags. Okay, yeah. Jeez. Okay, it's going from page to page to page. Cool. Let's exit out of that. Oh, nice. Okay, so what do you mean by interactive CLI applications? Like you have command line arguments, and then it outputs and it prompts you for more input. Like choose your own adventure type stuff. That sounds like all the different paths you could take could get complicated real fast. So but bubble tea maybe helps with that. I think I've heard of bubble tea. Someone mentioned bubble tea. The package. Yeah, that seems like an interesting next step. Like, that seems like a... Like, if I weren't web scraping, I'd probably look at CLI applications, like, as a way to learn a language. I think that would be a good way to do that. Okay, so now that we're visiting all these pages, I really just need to figure out if a date's within the last week. we want to somehow stop the Kali parser so it doesn't turn into an infinite loop of visiting 3,200 pages. Disable. So somehow we got to disable. New requests. You know what? Maybe we could have a... This isn't great practice, but we could have a variable called reached end date and set that as a boolean, and then if we find a date that is not within the last week, we set reached end date to true. And we initially set it to false. I wonder if we could do it on one line. No, maybe. Okay, we don't even need to declare reached end date. Let's just start it as false. Right, this is some basic Go, I guess. Bar reached end date. We're using it right here. Okay, so if we haven't reached the end date yet, then we visit a new page. Let's say. Well, that's what I thought, but like this callback function, if I try and return anything, you might just know like a little bit more Go than me, but it's like this function doesn't have a return type. It's an anonymous function, I guess, but if I try and put a return type in there, like bool, it won't let me. So that's a good idea, but that's what I tried doing like 3 times, and I have no idea why it doesn't work. Maybe just return? Maybe, yeah, you're right. Actually, maybe just return. I haven't tried that. So actually, that's not add unnecessary complexity to our code. Let's see if just returning works. So theoretically, just okay, yeah. I guess I just realized that you could return null or return undefined or whatever instead of returning a boolean. Let's see if that works. We should have maybe 8 pages of content. Hopefully. Okay. Get rid of stray bracket. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, it's gone on too long. That was a good idea. Wait a second. Okay. You might still be right. I just didn't, usually in languages like, I know Python for sure, like, if this is true or false, it will, like, evaluate to a condition where we could just return, but maybe we have to actually say equals false. Or interesting. Yeah, okay, so nil is the thing that is a okay, that's good to know. Nil is the null value. I guess we just don't need these extra parentheses. Okay, I'm writing some caveman code, I guess. Keeps telling me to simplify, but welcome back. All right, I'm gonna try the returned end date to see if it has any different results, because it looks like it might just be skipping this check. Like, I'm not sure if return or break have any different connotations, but let's see what the Boolean check does. And okay, let's actually try the log. I'm learning Go, so it's good to know. Like, if I want to print an error instead, I could just do just log dot fatal. That's good to know. And then up here, in the article section, I get that it's telling me to simplify to just this, and that's my initial intuition, but I don't. It probably doesn't matter. I was just trying different things out because the return statement didn't seem to work. So, okay. For some reason, I don't know why, the return statement seems like a logical suggestion, but I guess it didn't end up completely breaking out of the Kali scraper, but adding a boolean to not make additional requests for future pages did seem to break it out of it. Let's see, do we have a list of, we should have maybe 500 lines of articles at this point. Yeah, cool. And then the last article is on March 5th, which is a week ago, which is exactly what we want. So nice, we got all the articles of last week. So let's stop printing the articles here. And instead only, I guess, print. Let's make sure we're getting make sure we're actually getting comment count logic, because I'm not sure. It's a pretty good sign that we're getting like different amounts of comments and different pictures for every article. Wow, that's a huge picture. Okay, I'm actually feeling like pretty good about this. I wasn't gonna go all the way to database interaction, but I guess I could try the SQLite package as well. Did you set up with a cloud database, or like, I don't think I have any database tools on here, but maybe we could go to something like I don't know. Supabase does PostgreSQL. That's what I'm familiar with, Supabase. Oh, and that's even better. SQLite Windows. Okay, nice. Thank you. GitHub SQLite. That's where I should have checked first, actually. That's where I found Kali, so let's try SQLite. Right. So, Go SQLite 3 has even more stars than the official SQLite General project. That's pretty funny. And SQLite Browser has even more. Wow. I feel like I need to do my duty and star the SQLite source tree. That seems like an injustice. But let's see. How do we install Go SQLite 3? Okay, now that we know what we're doing, we can actually do this install command. Before we had a lot of trouble with like install, git, but let's see if this works first try. SQLite 3? Yeah, here we go. Easy. Okay, usage. Get back to the That's I like looking at code examples, so I'm just gonna look at Go. Just look at someone else writing code and see. All right. So this all starts to make sense. You open a database and make and execute statements. So let's just get this copied in. I might need your help with the setup. Right now, I don't understand any of this, but we'll go through it line by line, I think. So /n-reboy.db. Let's just try naming this doc articles. Hopefully it could be named anything. You might be pulling your hair out trying to get me to understand this, but now that you already understand it, but right now we'll see if this errors out. Let's just make the link. No, actually, I wonder if it can auto increment ID. I think we can keep ID there. My understanding of SQLite is it will just create that for us. But for everything else, let's get the format of article. So I wonder if you could just put date. Primary key auto increment. Yes, that's exactly what we want to do. And then everything else should be self-explanatory. I chronically misspell category. I wonder, into 64. Let's see. No, oh wait. ID is an integer, so we could just have comment count be an integer, I guess. Okay. So now we need to do this insert statement with every attribute of the article as well. And how many values is this? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 7. And then I don't even know if Go has a for loop, but let's see. For that's nice. I had no idea Go had a control flow section. So I just want to get every element of the array of articles. I think one of these should work. Let's just do some caveman code, I guess. That's cool how it all converts articles.length to length articles. So let's fill out all of these. I'm not sure it's going to like us executing 138 statements though. So I'm wondering if Rose Maximus, if you know of a way to like execute a bunch of insert statements at once instead of like one statement execute for one insert statement. Yeah, I guess so, but yeah. I guess I'm dreaming big for if we have if we end up having like millions of articles, but that's premature optimization, maybe. So image link. We definitely do have an image link. In our JSON, so I'm wondering why it's complaining here. Oh, that's stupid. Just a capital L. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that about SQLite, but I guess that's in the name Lite. So I actually don't know what this will do. If it will just if it'll just create like some hidden files on my file system. I guess we'll see. I think we have first make sure we do that. Let's take the chance to actually do something with the error. It's just I guess all of these are errors. But now that I know these are errors, I want to I just want to it's just a habit of mine to make sure they're all logged out. It saved me so much in the past. Let's use that log.fatal. We could come back to these two errors, but maybe we just make sure it's working. And maybe we just get a couple Maybe we just get a couple for now. We get the article name and the article comments count. All right, let's see. Looks like parsing. That's not good. Null pointer reference. So, okay, so if we were to iterate over everything in articles, it would be nice. Okay, that I'd love that way more. That's like Pythonic. That's closer to home for me for sure. We don't even need index at this point. We could just ignore that and have we could have article.name, right? Do you have a Python background? Because that's like, this is much more beautiful code. Thank you for that suggestion. To me, at least, this is much more beautiful. And then, okay, we also have one error here where if there's a huge, insane amount of comments, I think we got to just get rid of the comma. Let's just, I guess, for now, add another replace. It's not the most beautiful, but we're replacing all commas with And we have duplicate visiting as well. Oh, so visit makes a request, which makes this which calls this. So we don't need to call this every, like, on the, when we're making the request, because this will be called on every request. That's interesting to know. So every time we call visit, it makes a request and prints. Okay, I think the JavaScript experience is what we have in common, mostly, because like, ironically, I guess I've only implemented web scrapers in JavaScript, never in Python, even though I have the most experience in Python. So okay, so we should get many less print statements. Before we run this again, I want to fix the invalid memory address or pointer difference. This definitely is being called when we want to, we either prepare or we query. Let's see. That's cool. Does that mean you have to you're like the person on call for when things go wrong? Because I'd like the, I'm not envious of that position. Like, I've done a little bit of, like, what's it called? Like our continuous deployment pipeline. So when things go wrong, that's enough of a headache for me. It's like, when, if something goes wrong in that continuous deployment pipeline, that would keep me up at night, because just thinking about the responsibility of someone trying to push something or fix an error or something, and I'm actually preventing something like that from happening, is too much stress for me. I'd much rather be like the builder that breaks thing and then just like closes the computer and doesn't have to worry about that. So let's see. I want to ask Mistral what this error is about. Maybe they'll catch the nail pointer better than I can. I'm not even sure I imported this. Let me make sure I did. Okay, that definitely could cause an issue. I didn't even import this package. Yeah, okay, that's fun. I think that's. I mean, I had a fun time doing it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we run into the same like uh people breathing down your neck about the CI/CD process. I guess it depends on how much of a stickler your teams are for optimal caching performance, based on like the order of operations of Docker. Or um, I never even got into Kubernetes. Like, thankfully, I was working on, I guess, a medium, smaller size project that didn't have that many. It was only a single set of services I needed to coordinate. Like, nothing complicated, like that ever necessitated me looking into Docker Swarm or Kubernetes. I'm gonna try running this just because we made a. Well, actually, first, gotta figure out the error. Oh, it's auto removing this package. Am I missing something that we have to actually use this? Oh, I'm missing the, I guess it's okay that we're not using this. I guess this is the syntax for we'll have this package, but we're not explicitly using it. There we go. So when we save, it shouldn't remove it. Okay, we still get a few parsing errors. I think that's because I include the word comments instead of comment. This replace is getting very long. Theoretically, we could just use like a. We could just get everything before the. If we could just get everything before the first space and still keep the replace comma, then I think we can. Then I think that solves everything. So we have a string that's like, say, comment string. We split it to be 1,890, then replace with a comma. Should just get 1,890, hopefully. We're looking for no parsing errors. That's much cleaner code. We still have the database issue though. Do we need to create this stock articles.db? Okay. Thanks. I don't want to get in the way of what it auto does. So let's make I don't have Go debugging tool set up, but let's just make sure we know exactly where the pointer dereference panic is happening. It's updating the file every time, so I think the write to file is successful. No, okay. Let's not get too fancy.
I know you're a monster.
Below. Oh, okay. It's auto removing. I mean, let's defer. Let's just try it out here below the print line. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Like, looks like that's exactly what they did. And let's explicitly log the error as well. So the problem is, I think the statements we're preparing are okay, but when we exec them, wouldn't that cause an error? this is an actually useful thing we can log. I guess maybe this doesn't throw an error. Oh, it should. Yeah, I might have just gotten rid of the semicolon. Oh, okay. I think this error has to be the same every time. Unless I do that. No, okay. We're good. We're good. Create. And then okay. Oh. Go enabled equals 0. So I guess I have to use a certain compiler called Go. That's my interpretation of this message. That's interesting to that's interesting that this came out. Maybe Go export. I'm trying to set this as an environment variable. Yeah, okay. So okay, I guess I technically am using PowerShell. Export is maybe just a Linux specific command. And it looks like Go is a very OS dependent thing. So were you using Windows when you did? Let's try $env. Oh, of course. All right. Yeah, so maybe Seagull is more of a default, or the behavior of Seagull is built in better to Linux, but to Arch. What is it? Seagull enabled? You basically said that. Don't worry. So can I go, can I just say, can I echo here? Oh, okay. So let's try echoing Seagull enabled. Make complete sure. It's not. There we go. Okay, cool. So we make complete sure Seagull is enabled. Hopefully that fixes this. Maybe we have to install GCC as well. Let's This is a pain of using Windows. Sigwin. I don't necessarily want to do this. I don't really want to get a whole Sigwin environment set up. So maybe just ask. You know, maybe just ask GitHub. Someone's probably had to have this issue before. Okay, specifically we can have a go env maybe. set this to 0. Okay, so I guess the only other option, if we don't have Seago enabled, is to somehow disable persistent cache. Unused memory cache. No, wait, that's for another service. I don't think disabling cache would work for GoSQLite 3. That's interesting. I don't even have SQLite 3 installed, so maybe. I wouldn't mind trying to install it. It could be that Mistral is hallucinating and I don't need to install any of this stuff. Yeah. So hmm. That's what I was trying to avoid. Let's see. Um, if I can find a GCC compiler video for Windows in less than like huge fractions of an hour, then I can try that. All right, maybe I was making a big deal out of it. MinGW. It's a huge repo. Wow. Okay, let's take a beat here. I can listen for 2 minutes.
Collection, along with other C programming tools like GDB and MinGW, can be downloaded for Windows in a convenient package thanks to WinLibs. Visit winlibs.com, hit download, and select the latest release version. We want the package including the latest GCC and MinGW W64 versions and UCRT, Microsoft's Universal C Runtime, which should be the topmost link. Download the Win64 zip archive and extract the folder within to the root directory of your drive, which is normally C. You can put it elsewhere, but make sure there are no spaces in the directory you choose. The tools are now installed, and you could use them by typing out their full directory in a shell, like C, so that we can just type the executable name GCC in any console window to run it. Open the Windows search bar and start typing environment. When edit, find directory.
Okay,
in my case,
we can do environment variables. Let's make sure WinLibs is a verifiable source though. MinGW. All right. There's enough people talking about MinGW that it's a I guess I trust it enough.
The GNU compiler W64 versions and UCRT, Microsoft's Universal C Runtime, which should be the topmost link. Download the Win64 zip archive and
UCRT. Okay, this is just a later version then. And let's extract it to this PC. Local disk C, actually. And maybe call it GCC. Thanks, Rodus Maximus, for following, and also like thanks for all this help with like bearing with Windows and getting it SQLite running. Hopefully, I mean, I do want to install GCC anyways, so I'm hopeful that like this will help us just way down the line, just developing on Windows. And then we have to add our system environment variables. Maybe add it to our path as well. Maybe. Wouldn't hurt to add it to our own path. All right. That's pretty good. I think we have GCC installed. We're probably going to need to refresh this shell. Or maybe we just don't have it installed. Or maybe only in a certain directory. That's so weird that it works in one terminal or the other way, not the other one. I didn't think I needed to open VS Code again. I think I thought I just needed to open the terminal again, but I guess it couldn't hurt to open VS Code. I guess so. All right. Does it work here too? Yeah, okay, it works in both prompts. So now we can finally get and run. It's hard to tell if it's running. It's not printing anything out. Go's working okay. Maybe we have to reinstall SQLite. Okay, let's add a print at the very start of main. Or maybe, do we need to call main now? Do we need to do anything different? It shouldn't really change the way the programming languages work. Like, I have a feeling we're just not running it. We're not running the built version. But let's verify that. Just in the mainline. Let's actually go back to the getting started case of Go. The positive side about this is it forces us to learn a little bit more about compilers and build tools, I guess. So let's reinit the module. Let's name it and let's save this as a backup. Seems pretty good. Let's try running again. No dice. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. And you got us pretty far. I'm sure it's just like one hurdle away from running. And once it does run, I think I think this SQLite code looks pretty good. So I think we're like almost there. Sorry you had to go right at what hopefully is the moment we get it to run. But again, thanks for hanging out. How? Yeah. Good luck tomorrow. Okay, go build. This gives us something to check. Nothing wrong happened when you go build. Let's make sure we're setting the environment variables correctly.
Extract the folder within to the root directory to the system path, Windows search bar, and start typing in environment variables, and in the lower section find path. Click that and hit edit. Here hit new and type in or copy and paste the directory, in my case C mingw64 bin. Hit OK on those three windows and open a command prompt or PowerShell. If you already had one open, the path, Windows will search there for anything about your version. The main information is the last version you downloaded, so you weld program just to test it out. You can copy the code from the description. I've saved it here as main.c. You can open a PowerShell window by shift right clicking in the folder. Type gcc main.c and hit enter. If there were no errors, you'll simply get a blank line and a new prompt, but if you look in the folder or type dir, you'll see it's compiled and created a.exe. Type /a.exe and hit enter to run the program. To link libraries with GCC, use...
I wonder if we could just type dot slash That's neat. So, I mean, we can build it and run it. We just can't run it without building it. So instead of go run dot, we have to go build into an executable. The only issue is table articles has no comments count. Comment count. Okay. Let's try again. Ooh. Looks like we have a bunch of zero reads. Oh, you know why? We shouldn't be adding all of these together. I think it's thinking that it's a number for us. All the other print lines have comma separated values, so that's just a side effect of us coming from Python. I sort of want to. I guess let's check if comma separating made the print formatting work. But then I really want to get the Go runtime working. So somehow all these database articles, the database of the articles are not being scanned back into our reference variables. Let's make sure they're getting added into the database. So they are getting added in. It looks like all the articles are being printed. What if we just try and I think rows.scan is a function that I don't understand. So what's the best thing to do if I don't understand something? Maybe just see if AI understands it or if it hallucinates as well. See if AI agrees that rows.scan should scan into here. Okay, let's put a handle in Seago, I guess. Let's also get the select statement. Oh, I mean, that actually does make sense. Like, I should just be calling the. I should only select these three things if I want to use these three things. That's a logical error. But also very handily, the AI gave me some boilerplate for closing the rows, and also for using all of the items in my row. So we want to iterate, then see if there was an error with iteration, and then close the rows. I'm much more confident about this SQLite code than I am about when we didn't close, we didn't scan all of the variables for a row. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. We got 288 articles over, I guess, 8 pages. That seems like a lot. Yeah, that seems like way too much. Are we just appending articles? Yeah, we might need to delete some stuff from the DB. Yeah, okay, we should delete stuff. We should delete articles, drop table articles. Every single time. Let's see how many articles we actually do have. Because it's definitely not 288. This statement up here should just reset our database every time. That's my hope. $72 is much more reasonable. So what I think happened is we inserted all articles into our database 4 times before the first time we actually got all of our articles back. So now we start with a fresh table every time. We could theoretically start with a fresh database file, but I think this is cleaner to just drop the table and refresh. There might be a way to do this in one statement, but let's also do some fact checking. We're only getting the first number of how many comments this article has, which is not accurate. Maybe we're only getting the first character. Okay, so let's get the first page and see how it handles all of these comments. So we're never going to go to the second page while this is false. So that means we could get very fine grained into the details. Okay. Hey Donatello, do you mean to post a link? So it's space separating everything for some reason. We're not trying to. That's why we're splitting everything without a space. So we want only to split on the space. Let's try that again. Okay, that was just a simple typo, I guess. We just needed that space there. Okay, let's get running shot. Let's see if we could get the Seago compiler to work. Is there a GitHub for it? I gotta be honest, it's a maybe a mark against SQLite, however you pronounce it, that it used Seago in its package because it added quite a bit of complexity. Knowing that, I maybe all local databases do it. Maybe I can't say for sure unless I tried a different database, but I guess if a database didn't use Seago internally, then that's going to tilt me into maybe recommending trying, like, for newcomers. I think you gotta you really have to remove this hurdle, and databases not having Seago as a database that's not using Seago would definitely be a mark in their favor. I know, I can't believe when you get a problem like this going. Okie dokie, I guess. I guess it's just it just feels natural. You can't end until you figure it out. I think I think it's gotta figure it out. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna try Gemini because guess what? Um, Go is written by Google, so even though Gemini had some like goof with like heavy system prompting um in this model, basically preventing it from being useful when there's any sort of controversy or any sort of and even causing it to get some facts wrong in the favor of DEI. But um maybe they're good with their own language. Hopefully they're good with their own language. Because Google definitely should know the best about their own language Go. So I guess we'll see. I like how the first two words are "you're right." They're just trying to appease me. Set. I never tried set before. Still doesn't. Oh, I take that back. It does run with Cgo enabled equals 1 when you use set to set the environment variable. Well, so Google actually gave some useful information. Who knew that would be um, up for debate in 2024 whether Google Gemini would give information? But I guess when it comes to their programming language, they do know some stuff. I didn't even tell them I was using Windows. So does this remember? Like if I kill the terminal, maybe even kill VS Code, and then open it up again. And then open the terminal. does it remember that I set Seago build to Seago enabled to 1? Moment of truth. Let's see. Let's get full screen on the code actually. You know, this deserves going full screen on VS Code. Thank you, Google. Shout out to Gemini. Shout out to Rhodes Maximus. Shout out to Mistral as well. Shout out to Okidoki. We got a good program running. We went from nothing, not knowing anything about Go today, to actually getting a program running. Some pretty, I mean, it's beginner SQLite code, but it's sophisticated. We went from it not working to it being very consistent. So we're used to a new database, a new programming language, a new web scraping parser. Hopefully, if you're here, you learned a little bit about learning a new programming language and or just enjoyed like listening to me struggle to try and figure out some basic stuff. But now that we have like the underlying structure, we can do some pretty good analysis with these articles down here. Like for example, one of these has like 17, almost 1,800 comments. Like if you wanted to get a free month of Paramount Plus with basically doing nothing, I guess maybe many people are interested in that. Anyways, I think Go's pretty powerful. We actually, I mean, this is like a nothing program, but we built it in under 4 hours. So thanks for being along for the ride. Let's see if there's like so still like I think because I'm a new streamer, we're not allowed to raid, but I can send you over to another streamer that's currently live. Let's see if Lord Talks is live. Okay, let's find somebody who is. I'm gonna send you to Code Contingency. I know he's not live, but he will be in about 40 minutes. So that's his channel. That's his channel. That's his channel. We could do an unofficial raid. But thanks for getting started learning Go with me. And hope you had a good time. Peace.